What is a cat's favorite classic movie monster? Frankenstein 9 lives. Welcome to the stream, my friends. I hope you're doing well today. Happy Monday, and thank you for being here. I hope you've had a fantastic weekend, and that your week has gotten off to a good start. I am a little exhausted. I moved furniture around all weekend. I just can't help myself. I'm rearranging the whole house little by slowly. And it's not just moving things, but it's a good percentage of my furniture is stuff bought from IKEA, but it's like parts bought from IKEA and put together in not necessarily recommended ways. So I'm taking pieces apart and rebuilding them. It sounds more complicated than it is. Basically, I've got a bunch of bookshelves with legs, but some of them are vertical and some of them are horizontal. And they're legs that are not sold with the bookshelves. They're standalone legs that I have that I have attached myself. But I've been switching a lot of the orientations of these bookshelves and moving them up and down stairs, and it's exhausting. But I'm very happy to be here with you, my friends. Welcome in. We have Dead Zergling first in chat, and Lucent Jelly as well. Oh, so if anything looks or sounds abnormal, then it's probably because I had to, once again, for the first... It's been less than a month, right? I had to take all my consoles off the shelves. I had to unhook everything, had to rearrange them, put them on a new bookshelf, get everything reattached, reassembled, reorganized. Oh, it's a mess. It's a disaster. But it looks like everything's working. We're going to play a bunch of Jump King tonight. We're going to play Jump King until I run out of steam. The sound is perfect, Jelly says. Glad the joke came through loud and clear. Thank you, Jelly. He probably is composed of 9 people, so that joke actually worked, Zergling says. I didn't think about that. That's an interesting layer to it. I like that. So, welcome to the House of 9 Lives, where it's cats all day, every day. We're going to see about making our way through here and into the Phantom Tower above. We've seen several glimpses of it, but this game is real hard. So no promises, but we're going to do our best to achieve progress, if at all possible, tonight. Until you run out of steam, so like a 40-minute stream, you think my stamina's so low? I think your level of furniture assembly is so high. So, like, you know, it's basically like we have these bookshelves, and they're not really bookshelves. I mean, they're shelves. They're like cubes. I think they're called calyx at IKEA, because everything in IKEA has like a weird name. Like, they individually name the items, right? But they give them, like, I guess they're like people names, but like Swedish people names. I don't know. Maybe they're not. I've just always assumed they were. We have a bunch of those, and some of them we use as bookshelves, and some of them we use tipped on their side as media shelves, or media stands. And basically I got a new media stand, and so all of our shelves that had been media stands before have been turned into bookshelves. So I had to take the legs off their sides and attach them to the bottom so I could stand them upright. And then we had one that we were using as a bookshelf. That's this, it looks like the others, but it's got a strange network of shelves inside it. It's very asymmetrical. And so now that one, I took the legs off the bottom and put them on the side so that it could be my new media stand down here in the basement. And it looks good. It looks really nice. I've got the consoles laid out in it really well. So we're playing this tonight, and we're playing Jet Force Gemini tomorrow night. And it would be really nice to be able to finish Jet Force Gemini. Because I'd really like to play something else. So I've got the rest of the week open because what we end up doing is going to depend on how well we do at these two games. I don't have any expectation of finishing this one, but I feel like, oh no, especially if I'm going to make completely wrong jumps like that. But I've got a guarded hope that I might be able to finish Jet Force Gemini. If I could just make story progress. Like, I don't really... I don't know. I feel like I currently don't mind the minigame grind so much in Jet Force Gemini. I know it's going to be horrible, but at least I know what to do in terms of the minigame grind. So, while it's not going to be fun, it's not confusing and hopeless like the main story has become. Oh yeah, we're gonna get that sub 40 run, Zergling. That has gotta happen. Yeah, I think Zergling is gonna hit 100 streams next week. It could have been this week, but I took Sunday off. $95. 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. It should be 99 on Friday if nothing gets canceled. What am I doing? There's no reason to stand on that one. No. Oops. Quite a journey for sure, especially considering it started off as a joke. I mean, that's very in keeping with most of, like, that's very tonally in keeping with most of what happens on the stream, right? Including the variety and quality of jokes. Like says, I sometimes wonder if we have any good jokes, or if it's just that we hear so many bad ones that it improves the half good ones. Quite the food combination. Seared beef hot dog, 3 eggs over easy. A pound or more of leftover roast beef, swimming in fat. Sounds pretty good to me. Jelly and I had chili. Made a giant vat of chili, so we'll be having that for the next several nights. It's beef, Italian sausage, 3 kinds of beans, mushrooms, bell peppers, onion, garlic, jalapenos, some various powdered seasonings, and spinach. We usually have it over noodles or rice. We kind of alternate back and forth. Noodles one night, rice the next. And it'll probably last until Thursday night. Like 4 nights for the chili. I was going to make it with chicken, but I had some ground beef in the freezer, so we used that instead. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. I love any meal like that I can make just a giant tub of food and then portion it out and heat it up for dinner all week. which is basically chili or pasta sauce. She's considered doing that for my chili sometimes. I make it with just ground beef. Why not throw in some chorizo, Italian sausage, baby beef hot dogs? Yeah. Oh, I think that Jelly is bringing me some coffee. So excuse me just a moment. Alright, thank you for the coffee, Jelly. Enjoy that after it cools just a bit. Looking forward to tomorrow being my last night of chili for a while, though. Made a huge batch of chili with 6 or 7 pounds of ground beef, resulting in 5 meals worth of chili. Too much of a good thing. Yeah, I'm pretty good at eating the same thing over and over again for a while. About five nights would probably be my limit too, though. Maybe a week. I could go a week having the same thing every night and probably be okay. Especially if it's pre-made. If I'm making stuff from scratch every night, then I'm more likely to want to mix it up sooner than if I've got, you know, something that I'm just heating back up. that jump right there, just, it really gets me. Switched my chair too. I've got a bigger chair now. The my other chair, like I was complaining every night about my shoulders aching. And I think it's because in that other chair the armrests are too low, so they don't really help to take any weight off of my shoulders. So I switched out chairs for one with much more generous armrests. Hey, I finally didn't undershoot that jump. Oh my goodness. That was weird. That was, like, what? I released the button, but Jump King didn't jump for like half a second until after I released the button. There was a huge delay. I've never had that happen like that before, that I recall. No. Oh, I came up the wrong side. I guess if I left up the other side, if I learned how to jump onto this platform, it would be technically one less jump I would have to do. Any situation where you're doing fewer jumps should theoretically be easier, right? Because it's one fewer to mess up. But when you've done a particular part a certain way for so long, I don't know, it's not very easy to change. Unless the replacement that you find, unless the change you find is something where it makes a jump completely free. It's really difficult to adjust my approach. Outside of that. Cool. Hey, cows, welcome in. Is it resub time? Thank you for the resub, cows. 37 months. Let's go. 37 months, that's almost a year, cows. Thank you for so much friendship and support. You're very good to me, cows. Time flies when you're jumping. What about when you're falling? That too. I moved all my furniture around again, cows. I didn't really change. I mean, I didn't change anything visible in the game room down here, except I moved my I switched chairs. My other chair was too small. I decided the armrests were too low. I think that's why my shoulders were hurting every night, because I couldn't actually put my elbows on the armrests of the other chair. So I got a bigger chair. I've got it covered in quilts and blankets. It's like that throne made of swords, right, from Game of Thrones, but it's made of quilts and blankets. It's like Granny's version of the Throne of Swords. It's pretty comfy. But I don't think there's anything it sounds much more comfortable, honestly. So I don't think there's anything like visually very different, other than like I've shuffled some of the mess around in the room. Oh, I did move my Nintendo 64 games. They're over here now, and I'm gonna keep I'm going to keep shifting the stuff on the shelves around over the next week. Most of the changes actually happened upstairs. But the thing that I'm looking at that's in front of me that you can't see, the media stand that all of my consoles and TV are on, I switched it out. It used to be an 8 cube bookshelf, and now it's like this wonky asymmetrical one with like 12 cubes of different sizes. So that meant disconnecting all of my consoles and streaming equipment and everything, moving it all aside, shifting the things out, putting everything back in, putting all the wires back in, running them around, zip tying them together. It's such a mess. But I think it's done. I think I have everything hooked back up properly. We'll see. Hey, next, welcome in. 2 weeks of gaming and being forced to not work. Sounds like a good 2 weeks to me. Gonna hang out for the stream tonight. Grateful to have you here next. Thank you for choosing to spend your time with us. It's gonna be kind of a slow, quiet night tonight. It's just Jump King, so it's very unlikely that anything thrilling is gonna happen on the stream. It'll be a lot of just gonna be a good background noise stream. Minimal distractions coming from my part of the world tonight. I beg to differ, Cal says. Jump King is full of fast-paced, high-octane fun. I mean, it's full of, like, anxiety. Well, maybe not full of, but it's got some, like, it's got some very intense high-anxiety spikes. Jump King... When I get close on the rare occasion that I get close to something new, it's very pulse pounding. There's a lot of downtime in between those moments, though. I mean, this whole place looks warm and cozy, and there's lots of fuzzy kittens to hang out with. This is the kind of place where you could very easily drift off to dreamland. Hey, Greg, welcome in. Greg's Retro Channel. Thank you for the 60 stream watch streak. Very much appreciate you keeping the streak alive, Greg. I hope your week is getting off to a good start. And Derek Ocean, welcome in. Hope you've had a wonderful weekend, my friend. Welcome to Jump King. Long, slow night of Jump King tonight. Making slight progress in Tears of the Kingdom, Greg says. Good to hear, good to hear. I was watching Nadofet hunt down some bubble frogs earlier tonight. And I was thinking that's the one thing. That's the one reason we might go back to Tears of the Kingdom. I might pick that game back up just to hunt down the remaining bubble frogs that we didn't get. I feel like maybe next month, maybe on like the 1 year anniversary of the game, maybe we'll do a Tears stream and just go around looking for bubble frogs. They're pretty hard to find. They're pretty hard to find blind when you're not using the in-game resources for them. Because I think that you can get them marked on your map, but I didn't want to do that. I don't really want to do that. I want to just see if I can find all the caves on my own. It's pretty tough. Oh yeah, yeah. Nado's going to be streaming that game for a long time. It's a huge game. It takes forever to do on stream. Just watched the Magnificent 7, the newer one. Thought it was quite good, Derek says. Newer as in... It's not something that came out this year, is it? I think I've seen the original Magnificent 7. Did that have Yul Brynner in it? I think I've seen that one. I don't really remember it very well. 2016. The original is super old. Yeah, the one I saw is much older than 2016. I don't think I know anything about the 2016 version. Definitely a huge game, especially if you're going for completion, Greg says. Yeah. That's I like completing games, but I like doing 100% in games, but something like Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, there's too much like inconsequential stuff. Like completing I like finding Koroks and collecting outfits, but there's also so many of them that it's just hard to be motivated to like, as much as I like to find as much as I like finding individual Koroks and individual pieces of clothes, it's really hard to find the motivation for all of them. Watch Children of the Corn too. I've only seen the first one of those. I think I've seen part of another one, like maybe like 5 or 6, but I couldn't tell you anything about it at this point. I've seen the first one a few times. I know it fairly well, but yeah, I don't know anything about the rest of them. Reminds me of where I grew up. There's cornfields all around where I grew up. Only thing I didn't bother with in Breath of the Wild is the Koroks. Got everything else in the game, Greg says. I think I got pretty much everything else. I might not have gotten all the clothing. And I definitely didn't upgrade all the clothing. But, like, I got all the shrines and all the memories. I definitely didn't do, like, every little side quest. Like, to go, like, find 10 crickets or whatever. Like, stuff like that. All the side quests in Breath of the Wild seem to just be go find 10 of every item. And I didn't do all those. Like, I did a couple of them, but after a while it was like, oh, every quest in this game is just gonna be find 10 of something for a mundane reward. So I didn't bother with a lot of the quests. Those kind of go get so many of this item quests sounds more like Etrian Odyssey side quests. Don't really know that game very well. I mean, I've never played it. I just have heard a little bit of it. I think I have the first one of those. It's on the DS. Love the series, but the side quests can be so repetitive. Get so many of the item. Always seems that once I accept the quest, the item becomes harder to find. Yeah, I only like those. Yeah, I only like those quests when I already have the item in my pocket. Oh, you need 10 ears of corn? I just happen to have those right here. You wanted to watch the first one, Derek says, but they only have 2 through 7, so you have to rent that one sometime. Getting close. That's certainly the most satisfying way to complete those types of quests, Cal says. Definitely. Oh, I overshot. I think that jump is free when that Tetris piece is there, but... too aggressive. All the way down. All the way down. I finally got myself a copy of Short Circuit 2 on DVD the other day. That's a movie I've been keeping an eye out for at the thrift shops. Because I can find copies of Short Circuit 1 everywhere. But finding the second one, I've had my eye out for that for like, I don't know, a couple years. I just never come across that one. But I finally found it, and it was in excellent shape. Those are two of my favorite movies when I was a kid. The Short Circuit films, I watched those over and over again. Oh, that jump is scary. All of these jumps are scary. You have a favorite Western? Nah, I'm not really a big fan of Westerns. I don't think I could recommend anything meaningfully. Maybe Fievel Goes West, An American Tale. That's probably my favorite Western. That's fair. It's a pretty good movie. I remember liking it. I haven't revisited it in forever. I don't tend to go back to a lot of the animated movies from my childhood. I'm definitely much more likely to revisit something live action. Uh-oh. really liked Seraphim Falls and 310 to Yuma. Yeah, I don't. I'm not familiar with them. It's so interesting because for me, it's almost entirely the opposite. There's very few people movies I'll rewatch, Cal says. People movies. Oh. These jumps look rough. They're at least as hard as they look. Oh, that is so frustrating. No. I think this is my PB. It's still my PB. What do I even do about this? No, that was going okay for a moment. Oh, I almost, Did you see how close I was to falling down that channel on the left? That was scary. If we fall below the House of 9 Lives, playthrough is pretty much ruined. Scary part is, I know how good Frownie is at platformers. I'm sure he's making this look easy. I shudder to think at how hard this game actually is, Cal says. Oh. Well, I like to think I'm okay at some platformers. I could, I don't know that I would ever boast of making this game look easy. No! Ah! That leap off of that Tetris piece, somehow, like, somehow I it's hard to figure out what... I keep overcharging that jump. No. Overcharging that jump should be something that's easy not to do. Because what you need to do is just the most base, like the weakest jump you possibly can is all you need to do. Just a tap of the button, and yet somehow I find myself still holding it for too long. Oh, yuck. Just the most slippery platforms that have ever been. We were doing pretty okay with the tower while we were up there. It's just it might be another hour or two before I make it back up there again. Or 3. But where was I going? There's no reason to ever try and stand on that one. Oh, I walked off. So many problems back to back. No! Stop walking off platforms. Oh, I'm playing so much worse. Like, unbearably so. Hey, we get to see the tower again for another moment. Oh. That was too weak. No. What is going on? This game is so difficult. Terrible. Infinitely terrible. Hey, Joe Jack. Welcome in. Hope you are doing well tonight. Hope your week's getting off to a wonderful start. I am experiencing the pain of gravity. Been debating on grabbing the physical of this on the Switch. I'm not sure if I hate myself enough. I would recommend this game to anybody. I am all turned around on this game. My love for this game has been rekindled and restored. I'm a huge fan of Jump King once again. I had some dark times, but those are all behind me now. you enjoy brutal platformers, and you have the patience of a stone, you can make it through this game. No. Definitely going to pick it up at some point. Only got a physical release in Japan, but luckily it's region free. You can only get it secondhand. I have trouble paying almost $60 for a used game. Yeah. I agree. I really don't like to pay. Yeah. Paying anything above $60, paying $60 or up for anything used is kind of very distasteful to me. It's very like I can't do it. I know there are a lot of retro games that command prices in that range, but like if a game is like, I don't know, I don't want to pay, like, I really don't want to pay more than $100 for absolutely anything. If a game is more than $100, it might as well be $1 million because I'm never gonna buy it. And my limits of what I like, even as the prices of things go up and up, my limits for what I'm willing to pay go down and down. And the collector and me will win one of these days. I've overcome a lot of my collecting urges. I'm not entirely free, but I mean, part of it is I kind of just have everything that I want. I kind of have most of what I want. There's not a lot out there that I'm actively looking to add to my collection. I mean, sure, there's almost an infinite number of things that I would take if I found them, if I found them dirt cheap, but One of my favorite games of all time is now $300, Nick says. Yeah, what is the most expensive of the like games that I really love? I'd have to think about that / look that up. As I don't really know what that might be. Completely understand supply, demand, and all that good stuff, but I'm not getting my debit card involved. Yeah, when there's emulation, yeah, and picking up a couple flash carts really helped me. Really helped me too. Though I still shop around for discs. So it might have just refocused my attention. I only collect Switch, Jojack says. Doesn't take up too much space, which is nice. There's something to that, too. Just to, like, yeah, if you just have, like, if you have the focus to where you can narrow your collection down to one console, that makes things a lot easier, too. My problem has long been that I've built collections for every console I own. Like if you could just pick one, focus, and stick with it. There was a point in time where I thought I might do that. I thought I might try and build a complete library collection of Nintendo 64. I got about a third of the way there before I kind of gave up. And I actually think I'm closer now. I think I'm at about a halfway there now, but even though I haven't tried to like actively tried to complete that collection, I've just ended up with a few more each year. Narrowing my collection down to the one and only console anyone ever needs. 50 video games included, Cow says. Oh. Cows, your wisdom is unsurpassed. Built collections for the PSP, PS Vita, and then the Switch. Now I'm retiring from that. Don't think I'm getting a Switch 2, Next says. Got a mini PC running a lot of goodies now. Luckily, I don't need to bust out the GameCube disc to that $300 game anymore. I will certainly buy the Switch too. I'm not looking forward to it. I don't like buying new hardware. I'm happy just to use the old stuff forever, but when it comes out, I'll have to pick up a Switch. I'll have to pick up a Switch too, because I always want to play the new stuff Nintendo puts out. Hey, Doug something, welcome in. I see you jumping. We're doing a little bit of that. We're doing a little bit of jumping between the falls. It better be backwards compatible, but I bet it won't be. Better start hoarding backup switches, Joe Jack says. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have my finger on the pulse, so I can't really. I can't really guess what Nintendo will want to do next. Nintendo's always making bizarre decisions, though. Even when you have your finger on the pulse, I think it's hard to predict what they're gonna do. A lot of Nintendo's old systems are backward compatible. Yeah, and their handhelds have had a decent track record of backward compatibility, too. Alright, Game Boy Advance was backward compatible. The first DS was backward compatible to the GBA, at least. 3DS and 3DS played regular DS games. Like, I don't know, the 3DS is really like a true step beyond the DS rather than just sort of an upgrade, but still. Nintendo's got a pretty good record of going back at least a generation with the backward compatibility. You think it was a true step up? Maybe they're just, yeah, the Switch 2 carts will be shaped just a little bit differently, but still allow for the original Switch carts. That would be nice. That would be real nice. Yeah, Game Boy Color is backwards compatible. Yeah, they've done a pretty good job. .3DS has some games the DS could only dream of playing. Played Donkey Kong Country Returns on there. It was a full-fledged Wii port. Alright, fair enough. I mean, I'm not familiar. Like, I can't really judge. I'm not familiar enough with the libraries of the DS and 3DS. How does this game work with saving? It's like, it auto-saves. You can't erase a fall by exiting and restarting. Yeah. Yeah, otherwise, you know, it'd really undermine the whole purpose of the game if they let you cheese it through the menus or something. It's got a save and exit in the menu. But I think that's just for locking your session, because see, like, attempt 4, session 8, and the time. So, like, if you use this option, then when you come back to the game, it will increment your session number. But if you don't, then I'm not sure if it does or not. I guess it would if you closed the game. But, like, if you just went to the menu or something and came back, it wouldn't. But you don't actually have to, like, you don't, it saves anyway, even when you're not using that, even when you don't have to use that save and exit option. I mean, I always do to be careful, but yeah. Don't want to buy a physical copy of Snake Pass for the Switch, even though I love it. $110. My goodness. Now it's up to $250. Yeah. Yeah, I would just hang out. I would just hang out with the cheap digital copy in that case too. Hey, Loyal, welcome in. More Jump King. Yep, that's we're just doing the one game tonight. It's just Jump King tonight. I haven't played it for a few nights, so it's nice to give it a good, healthy chunk of time. And also, just because I'm tired out for moving stuff around, I'm not 100% sure that I have it all hooked up right. So it's just simple. It's simpler to just do one game. That's why we're doing one HDMI game tonight, and we're doing one composite game tomorrow, because that will help me see that I got everything back where like it's supposed to be. I don't have to switch anything midstream or hopefully worry about anything going wrong. Down to grind this one out, Loyal says. That's what we're doing. Little by slowly. Every now and then I might see something new or learn something new. Until I tumble down that left-hand side. When I finally make the fall down this left-hand side over here, that's when I'm gonna rage quit and not play this game for a month. That Contra Force game that we played on the NES last week, by the way, that game was stunningly bad. I still can't wrap my mind around how broken that game was. It's a huge disappointment, because that game could have been rather cool, but it's just horrifically broken. A bad Contra game? Say it isn't so. Oh, it's stunningly terrible. It's not even really a Contra game. It was something completely different that they just slapped the title Contra on when they brought it over to the States. I don't even think they released it in Japan. I think they only released it in the West. But I don't understand the logic of that move, Because, like you have a game that you know is terrible, right? And it's like, well, this is an awful game. Why don't we just slap the name Contra on it so that more people will buy it? But like, is it worth tanking the goodwill of the Contra brand that you've built to try and push a few extra copies of one terrible game? I mean, it didn't really matter in the long run because, like, they still made and sold, like, they still ended up making more good Contra games and successfully selling them, but I don't know, it seems an unwise risk. It seems like if you're going to release a game that you know is terrible, you would want it disassociated from a successful brand as much as possible. Hey, thank you for the lurk, Christian Cool. Very much appreciated. Hope you have a fine night. Hope the week is off to a good start. Pretty good, pretty good. I'd say pretty much everything is going to my liking in my little world right now. Or as well as can be expected. Why did I even bother recording more than 3 notes to that song? I'm never gonna get to hear. I'm never gonna get to hear beyond it. Every game I've played was good, just platformers. For the most part, aren't my style, except for the Metroidvania style games, which are also platformers. I don't really think of Metroid style games, like, I don't really think of those as platformers necessarily. I wouldn't use the term platformer for something like Metroid or the Metroid style Castlevania games, because for me, a platformer has to have well, I guess this is a platformer. I was gonna say, like, a platformer needs bottomless pits, but this doesn't really have bottomless pits, so maybe it doesn't. But it feels weird. It feels weird to think of something as a platformer when there's no significant consequence for falling. I think of platformers as being games where you are trying to run through an obstacle course, essentially. And that's not really what a Metroid-style game does. It uses the, like, gameplay of a platformer, but in a non-platformer kind of open adventure world. Like, if you handed me a game that, like... If you handed me a game I'd never heard of and said, here, play this, and I said, okay, cool, what kind of game is it? And you just said, it's a platformer. I'm like, alright. And then I turned it on, and what I got was a Metroid-style game, I would be like, I've been lied to. And I like those types of games. But they're not what I think of when I hear the term platformer. I think of a game where falling in a pit is brutally punished, typically with death. You know, falling off a platform. Currently playing a cozy platformer, Go Go Pogo Girl, Nick says. What platform is that for? Is that a retro game or an indie game? I like the title. You got me intrigued. I've never been able to enjoy Metroidvania. Closest I got was a Shantae game, Next says. I like those games from time to time. I typically like them as long as they don't have RPG leveling. Excuse me. Like, I like Metroid, I like Hollow Knight. That Disney one that we played was pretty alright. Lester on the C64 is good. That's an indie game. But yeah, I want my Metroid style games to actually be Metroid like in style. I don't like the Castlevania ones where they got experience and leveling and it's all just get the bigger numbers to bonk the enemy on the head with. Those are not as exciting to me. Platformer is any game where the main movement is jumping from platform to platform, Greg says. Yeah, and I mean, I get where you're coming from, but it's I use the term platformer for a more narrow type of experience in my mind. I mean, they're definitely similar in the way that you know, traverse the world by you know, running back and forth and jumping. But in a Metroid style game, it's like, because the game is more about the exploration and less about the obstacle course, then that's why I don't really think of them as platformers. or why I wouldn't really use that term with them, because the term platformer implies in my mind the obstacle course nature of the game. I bought it. I found a brand new sealed copy straight from Japan. Paid $40. Gift card included. Eventually came a lot sooner than expected, Joe Jack. The collector in me has won again. It's a small indie for the Switch, a platformer where you're always on a pogo stick bouncing, but can control the bounces. Go, go, pogo girl. Yeah, Greg is quite opposite for me on those tastes when it comes to the numbers games. It's all good, Greg says. We all have our own tastes and opinions in games. Certainly. I thought that was too weak of a jump. I was thinking, I'm sitting here thinking, I'm thinking that, like, if you judge strictly just based on the criteria of, like, what I enjoy from a video game, it's hard, like, the thing is, if you look at, like, the criteria for what it takes for me to enjoy a video game are very simple, and if you look at that, like, I can't really argue why Dr. Evil Knievel does not meet the criteria for games I enjoy. Well, because really what I want from a game is, like, what I want most from a game is an interesting set of obstacles to overcome and an interesting set of tools to overcome those obstacles with. And I mean, it's hard to say that, like, terribly broken is not a subcategory of interesting. In which case, Dr. Evil Knievel did provide me technically an interesting set of obstacles and an interesting set of tools with which to overcome them. It just happens to be that they were both interesting in the same way of being terribly broken. But it didn't bog me down with unnecessary story. It didn't throw a bunch of arbitrary numbers at me. It didn't waste my time with non-game sort of stuff. So what am I really complaining about at the end of the day? Hey, Master Tuesday, welcome in. Happy Tuesday to you, my friend. Are you about to tell us that Jump King is the best game to your taste? I love Jump King. I'm not saying Dr. Evil Knievel is the best game. I'm just saying that it's hard for me now. It's hard for me from that point of view to argue that it's a bad game, because it kind of gave me exactly what I want from a video game. Jump King has my favorite story in any video game. It's number one for story, that's for sure. No! How do I keep missing that jump? Oh, I got something in my eye, sorry. I also like to find secrets, though, and Dr. Evil Knievel didn't really give me any collectibles or secrets. So I guess it missed the mark there. But those are lower on the priority list, too. That is what Agent Frownie hates. Okay, I was wondering where you were going with that, Mile High Roll. Welcome to the stream. Is that supposed to be to the tune of chip the glasses, crack the plates? It is. It's a yeah. I thought so. That's the song the dwarves sing. That was what I said was the first line to it. At least the version in the film, the animated film. I can't recite the lyrics from the novel perfectly. I think they're pretty close, though, if not identical. Well, I know they're not. I know they changed them a little bit, so that they're not identical, but they're pretty close. I don't know why I can't make that one jump. I feel like I am that jump should be easy. I don't know why I keep missing it. You never saw the movie? I haven't. So the Peter Jackson Hobbit films, I saw the first one in the theater, I did not see the extended version of it, and I didn't see the sequels. But I was talking about the Rankin and Bass animated movie, which is definitely worth watching. It gets a little slow toward the end, the animated Hobbit, but that's really my only criticism of it, is it's a little slow toward the end. But otherwise, it's really great, and it's got a very cool, like, I like the style of the animation. And if you're looking to to study how to draw hands, the animated Hobbit film is a masterclass in drawings of hands. Like, that's the one thing that like a lot of times people say that hands are really hard to draw. So to watch that movie and study the hands, because that's like the one thing that the artists for that movie were the best at. There's so many expertly drawn dynamic hand angles. Hey, Final, welcome in. The Tingle hat. The Peter Jackson Hobbit is just kind of average. Yeah, I heard it wasn't really very good. So that's part of why I haven't been in a rush to get around to it. I didn't like that weird frame rate that they filmed the first one in. It just looked really bizarre in the theater. It was very off-putting to me, so... That also, like that, and then hearing the other ones were not very well received, made it easy to kind of pass on them. I'd still like to sit down and watch them all eventually just to do it. But... I don't know. They're really long movies. It's a big commitment. It's not the Lord of the Rings Mile High Roll. It's the Hobbit is what I'm talking about. So no, Tom Bombadil's not in it. He's not in the Hobbit. Not that I remember anyway. There is an animated Lord of the Rings. I don't think it has Tom Bombadil in it. I don't like it. It's not very good. The animated Lord of the Rings film is pretty not good. Oh, no. Rankin and Bass made a feature-length animated Hobbit film, and they also did The Return of the King, though it's different. Their Return of the King is it's similar to their Hobbit film, but it's definitely aimed at like more of a child audience, like a younger audience. So that really affects the tone of it quite a bit. Yeah, Rankin and Bass did The Hobbit, and they did Return of the King, and then a completely different set of people did The Lord of the Rings, which is just Fellowship and Two Towers. It's very odd. It's very odd. Yeah, it should have been that the Hobbit was aimed at a younger audience than the Return of the King. Yeah, I agree, but that's not the way it panned out. I mean, there's still both of them are still made, you know, for like an all ages kind of audience, but it's definitely the Return of the King is definitely skewed more toward the like children in the audience. I remember watching that one as a kid, Cal says, The Return of the King. Where there's a whip, there's a way. You have The Hobbit for the GameCube. I do, Mile High Roll, and I've never played it. I'd like to. It'd be a fun one to do on the stream. I played the I have it on the GameCube and the Game Boy Advance, and I played the Game Boy Advance game a long time ago, pre-stream. But I haven't played the GameCube one. I recall the Game Boy Advance game being not great. I didn't think it was terrible, but it was kind of like underwhelming. You think the GameCube one's good? You think I'll like it? Yeah, we should do that. The kidified version, Cow says. No. Oh, Jump King, why? Oh, it's maddening. It's maddening to get all the way up there and miss the first jump. Where am I going? What am I doing? We got our dog a larger crate. He's finally set up in it tonight. We've had him in one that was just a little small for him while we were shopping around for a better one, and we just got him set up with it today, and I think I can hear him. I think I can hear him moving around up there in it. His other crate, like he could sit in it. He couldn't really stand without hunching. I mean, I guess he can't really stand like all the way up in this one either, but like it's definitely close enough. But in the other one, like he could lie down in it, but he couldn't really stretch out. And now he's got enough room, like he should be able to stretch all the way out in this one. But I was hearing a noise that I'm not used to hearing, and that had occurred to me, and I think I hear him shuffling around in his new crate. The NPC cats make meowing look so fun, I just had to join in, Zergling says. There is an option in the menu to turn off the ambient noises in the game, which I understand would mute the cats. We are 100% never going to do that. I really like cats anyway, so it would take a lot for me to be annoyed by random ambient cat noises, even if they are repetitive. But if I were annoyed, even if I were annoyed by it though, then I would feel like there's a greater argument against turning it off, right? Because if the background noises are annoying me, then they're increasing the challenge. And then if I were to turn them off, I would feel like I was cheating by turning the challenge down. It's Jump King. I've got to keep my experience as unpleasant as possible. The fun is cheating. No fun allowed. I gotta go and work on Oracle of Ages. Right on. Good luck with Jump King, and see you tomorrow. Good luck with your recording, Greg. thank you for being here with us tonight. I appreciate the good luck wishes, and yeah, hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. Oh my goodness. This game is just like putting me in a trance tonight. There's this. After a while, my mind just goes completely empty. I very much dislike whenever I walk off a platform like that. It happens way too frequently. These jumps are so hard to make on their own. I don't need to then go on one of the like 1% attempts that actually make it, go and throw it in the trash by walking off the platform. It's just tough because, like, even though you have no influence on your character in midair, I find it virtually impossible to not press the D-pad as if I do have influence. I know that I don't, but I actually think you can influence it just a little bit, in that there are times where, like, when you hit one of the rounded edges of this, if you're holding the D-pad, like if you're pressing to walk in the direction you need to go, that I feel like it does, like, help you, like, just barely grab onto that one pixel that will make it count for you to be up at the top, but it could just be in my imagination. I can't really say. Oh, I can't do this. There's another walk off the edge moment that I love so much. I shouldn't have made this the only game on the schedule. If only I'd scheduled differently and I could switch to Jet Force Gemini right now. I've made a terrible mistake. I can't be perfect for as long as this game demands that I be. How do companies that make cleaning products, like Mr. Clean and Scrubbing Bubbles, how do they get away with running advertisements where the mascot of the brand like comes out of the bottle and does all the cleaning for you? Because there is no bottle of Mr. Clean that makes cleaning as easy as if Mr. Clean himself had come out of the bottle and done the work for me. Like, so I'm going to say that all of those commercials are false advertising. And I get that he's not literally going to do that, but the commercial implies that it's as easy as if he did. So any degree to which it is more difficult than that, I think, is false advertisement. See, you watch me play a game like this, and like I might not have a whole lot to say, but occasionally the one thing I do say is kind of interesting, right? The commentary is kind of like the game. It's long stretches of absolutely nothing, followed by a brief window where something mildly entertaining might happen. Oh, I thought I wasn't making that jump. Don't worry, there's plenty of jumps up ahead for me to not make. No! Oh. I knew I messed up that jump before I released. I was like, oh no, I've already held it for too long. And unfortunately, the punishment was severe. No! I was sick a minute ago, but now I got it out of my system. I'm feeling much better, Final says. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better. Wouldn't think a couple donuts would be a big deal. I was wrong. Betrayed by the donuts. I've never really been super enthusiastic about donuts. I'll eat them from time to time, but I have them like almost like a necessity food. Not that like donuts are necessary, but like if I'm in a situation where like I'm gonna take a really long drive or something earlier in the morning, then I might pick up some donuts just to, I guess, fuel. But I'm never super excited to eat a donut, typically. I don't know why. I kind of like the ones that have like a filling of some kind, like like a cream filled or like a raspberry jelly donut. Those are slightly more exciting. They're more like a dessert. I mean, all donuts are kind of dessert-like because they're like sweet and sugary, pretty much, but I don't know. I'm just not super enthusiastic about donuts. Although, I did have a job once where Saturdays when I used to work in a passport office, and Saturdays were like our super busy day, and the boss would actually bring in like a big box of donuts for the employees, and I always found that to be kind of a treat. Saturdays are always the best day to work. I had my schedule rearranged so that I could work every Saturday because the office was so busy that just like once the doors opened, it would just be just wall to wall sort of customers, and you'd be so busy that the day would just fly by in minutes. Those are the best kind of days. I'm not super enthusiastic about them right now either, Final says. Fair enough, fair enough. I don't tend to reach for, like, I don't tend to crave sweets all that much. When I really am, like, craving something to eat, it's usually something sort of, like, salty, savory, oily. Like, those are the things that when I want to munch on something. When I want some empty calories, it's usually those kind of things. More than like a cake or ice cream or candy or something. It's harder to crave sweets when you have so little of them. Or when you stop, like, you mean like when you stop eating them for a while, you kind of lose your taste for them? Like that kind of thing? Something like that. Will you please stop, Jump King? Well, I don't have to worry about missing that jump anymore. Get on here, miss all these jumps for a while. I'm currently munching a Hershey's Kiss. Can't relate, Cow says. Yeah, and even, like, chocolate. I don't get really, like, crazy for chocolate. I, normally, like, I like a fruity candy. Like Skittles or Starburst or Jolly Rancher. I like those, like, tropical and berry flavored Jolly Ranchers. I can't ever seem to find those anywhere. Like, whatever I can only ever come across the, just like the standard, just like the basic 5 flavor Jolly Ranchers. I can't ever seem to find any of the, like, interesting variations. Not locally, anyway. Have to... I have to special order them if I want some. It's hard to have a craving that can last long enough for me to be motivated to get onto Amazon and wait for the package to arrive. That's just what's left in the house at the moment, Cal says. Any port in a storm. That jump should be impossible to miss, and I've missed it so many times. This is my new PB, by the way. Oh, this looks absolutely disgusting. We reached a new height. It only lasted half a second, but we reached a new height. They give her the palms, cows. I'm not sure if it was the donut that made Final sick, or it was the jumps ahead of me in the tower. because those are making me sick. They're enough to turn the most hardened of stomachs. What a glorious half a second it was. Alright, well, technically the night is now a success. It doesn't really all that much matter how badly I play for the rest of the stream. We saw something new. That's a victory. Naturally, I would like to make it back up there, but let's be realistic. Ooh, I got lucky there. That was a really foolish blunder to get that jump wrong. That jump is free. My mind was really wandering. No. My mind really is wandering because I keep undershooting free jumps. I did it again just a moment ago. Playing this game, like, sometimes feels like repeatedly stubbing your toe. No. I don't know if I could do it. If, because, like, Jump King can jump, like, what, 8 times his height? Like, he can really jump, right? And, I mean, I just don't know. Like, if I had his jumping ability in real life, and, like, but also, like, the assurance that, like, you know, every time I fall, it would never be fatal or injurious. I assume it must hurt. I assume that the fall must hurt. I feel like it would feel like every fall would feel kind of like the sting of like belly flopping into a pool from a little bit too high up. Like, you know, that like kind of sharp whole body sting. Like, I imagine that's what it feels like when Jump King face plants, and like, I don't think I could, if I could do this in real life, I still think it would be too much of a risk. You're like the Wolverine of falling. Welcome in, EpiPen. Hope you are well. Maybe Jump King is a cat himself. Is that how the saying goes? Cat always lands on its face. Oh. Yeah, you heal quickly and can't die, but only if the injury is caused by falling. I have a little bit of a rough time with heights. Not really, like, I'm not like immobilized with terror by heights, and like, I can look out the window of a plane and be pretty much fine. Like, those kind of things don't bother me, but I don't really like climbing ladders. And I'm not particularly excited to be on, like, the edge of a height without, like, a guardrail or something. So I'm like, I'm not perfectly comfortable with heights, but I can take them in certain, like, situations. And sometimes rather, enjoy being high up, as long as it's from a secure position. There's this like huge, like, I don't know, 8-story tower on top of a really tall hill. It's kind of vaguely near where I live, and it's in like a park, and you can get a really great view of like all the surrounding forest area, like stretching out off into the horizon. It's really fun to go up there, and like, that doesn't unnerve me. Sweesh, welcome in. Hello, Jump King. I wish I were the king of jumping. Unfortunately, I remain the jester of falling. Breathtaking. Yeah, I'm well aware of that channel on the left. I've pointed out that when I fall down that channel on the left, inevitably I will fall down there at some point. When that happens, I think I will rage quit this game for a month. I don't really anticipate having a reason to go back down, but I won't know that until I encounter it. I'll believe it when I see it, Zergling says. We'll see. I'm gonna be pretty upset. I'm gonna be pretty upset when I make that fall on the left. It's just a matter of time before it happens to me. Maybe there are hidden platforms over there. I'll let you explore for hidden platforms over there on your playthrough. As for myself, I'm happy to not find them. I'd rather not know. There is one thing over there to catch you, so you do get one chance to save yourself when you make that fall, because you can jump from that thing over there. I don't even know what it is. Some weird protrusion on the wall, or like from nothing over there. Like, if you're all the way to the left, you'll get caught there, and you got one chance to leap back in. I don't know. I don't know why anyone would want to do that. You can climb up that as an alternate route too, but if you really didn't want to mess with these lanterns, but I can't understand the mind of yeah, don't give me any information I don't have for myself. Appreciate the no spoilers, thank you. It actually will, if I do fall down that channel on the left, it actually will be easy to put this game down for a while, because I would have to relearn everything about the bog, and I don't remember what that other place was called. The Ruin Tower and Bugstock. It was so hard to get through that the first time. But you know, hopefully it won't come to that. Hopefully I'll just stay away from all that. Probably not, but I can dream. For now. Jump King's a pretty ugly little guy. I don't know. I've never seen him remove his helmet. I don't know what you're seeing. Jump King looks like he looks like Shovel Knight. He's a knight in blue armor, and now I've got like a green link hat on top of my helmet. That's not his head. That's a hat. I thought that was his head without the helmet. Oh, that's a hat on top of the helmet. He kind of wanders around, like he kind of walks around in an always like mildly crouched position. His body is shaped kind of like a lounge chair or something. The way he's always got his knees bent and his arms like arms forward. He's got an odd posture. Yeah. The O2 of your muscles were snap triggered for jumping like a flea. Oh, I got real lucky there with that jump. Oh, I don't know what to do about this. Did this work before? It did. No. No, I almost saved it. Oh. Why is it so tough? Why is that tower the toughest place ever? Oh, my goodness. Meow, meow. Ooh, I don't like this. No. Of course, of course. Yeah, I expect nothing less, circling. Yeah. The final, probably the final jump of the game is a jump up there on the left to like a really like 1 pixel platform is what I fully expect, which I'm gonna overshoot. And yeah, it'll be all the way back down to the bog. Yeah, it's just gotta be just the most nefarious thing they can think of. It's like I'm trying to go the wrong way. It's like I'm trying to go the wrong way. Maybe I'll get up to the top and I'll find like a locked door, and there'll be a bird with a key, and then the bird, like, you know, when I approach the bird, it flies all the way back down, and I have to chase it down the whole board. Wouldn't that be just great? Don't say such terrible things. I mean, it's not like this game hasn't done exactly that situation to me before, right? I knew I undershot that one. I knew it just a little too late though. Doesn't help you. Doesn't help you to know it once you're already in the air. Oh, why is this tower so scary? That was not the jump I intended to make. I'm glad it worked. Don't be so sure, Final. I appreciate the confidence, but... Oh, I didn't see that that was how that was planned to work. Well, I know there's a Tetris piece over there to the right. I gotta wait here until it shows it to me. Again. This is a new, hey, losses. This is a new, PB. I bet Bowser's at the top. I'm trying not to overshoot that. Oh, it's so rough up there. It goes on forever. It goes on forever. That's free. That jump is free. Surely that can't be right. It is. Well, it was a fun night. We saw a lot of new things. It's over now, but it was a fun night. Nothing like some dry toast to make your tummy feel better, Final says. I'm not above using words like tummy and boo-boos. Oh yeah, it's very stress. It's very stressful. Backwards long jump. I don't think I looked as far ahead as you did, Zergling. But I have no doubts. I have no doubts it's gonna ruin my life. If I get high enough, it'll definitely force me to fall all the way back down. Oh, what a night. What a game. Someday you'll leave the bog for the last time. It's fine. I'm fine. I'll worry about it when I get there. It's about 3:15 for me. I'm planning to go... Well, a little while longer. I probably need to be wrapped up before 4. But I do want to make another run at the tower if possible. Hey, Angelus, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Altered Destiny. I don't know this game. I hope your stream went well. Hope this game treated you well. I'd love to hear about it if you'd care to share. And 45 minutes suddenly turns into 5 minutes. When I fall down that left-hand channel, for sure. Well, until I reached an area, I got soft locked. That's always disappointing. It's like an old Sierra adventure game. Showed off the ending via YouTube, because I wasn't about to go through a bunch of aggravation again. Fair enough. It's hard. It's hard to recover from a soft lock, especially in a longer game. I got soft locked when I played Resident Evil 0, and I could never bring myself to go back to that game. We're already back up to the tower. Who's playing this game? Definitely doesn't look like me. I gotta get back up to the tower quickly so I can make my way over to that left-hand fall. That'll just ruin me. It's nice there's a little Tetris piece out there just to give you one little false hope of a potential salvation. Was almost to the end of the game, Angela says. Even using the method of saving often, but the game, if you cross a series of blocks in the right order, I would have actually preferred that. If I stepped on the wrong block, I would have died instantly instead of, oh well, I crossed the wrong block at some point. Crushed by some random block falling from the ceiling. I don't know that I can exactly follow what this situation was. I think it might be too hard for me to picture this in my head without seeing it. Oh, what a great tower run. It was alright. What about Indiana Jones and the Holy Grail? Only the blocks give you false hope until you reach the end because you've messed up. Where am I going? Yeah, I like the House of Nine Lives. I'm a cat person, so I feel at home here. Try these new pizza Chex Mix and taco Chex Mix. They're both so nasty, EpiPen says. I haven't come across those yet. I would probably be too scared to try them. I don't tend to prefer the like pre-made Chex Mix. I really just like to make my own Chex Mix at home. Because then I can go absolutely wild with the butter and the Worcester sauce. And I can put some cayenne pepper in there and make it spicy. It's a lot of work, though. It is a lot of work. But, like, when you make a batch of it, like, you know, you can make as much as you want, and it lasts, like, a month. Then you can eat it until you get sick. Eat it until you get sick of it, and then you don't have to make it again for another year. Cheese Chex Mix is the way to go. Yeah, I probably wouldn't want to eat the cheese one either myself. I'm real weird when it comes to cheese. Anything that's more flavored than the original of a thing always has me suspicious, Cal says. That's a pretty good principle. Although, like, I do like hot and spicy Cheez-Its, and that would be like a more flavored variety of the thing. So, I can't say that it's always dangerous, but I would agree to approach with caution. I'm a connoisseur of chips, crackers, and snacks, EpiPen says. Fair enough. There's so many. I feel like there's just so many new varieties of those kind of things emerging all the time. And a lot of the more adventurous flavors have me scared. I mostly tend to stick with the classics unless I find a new spicy variety of something. If they take something and make it spicy or create a spicy variant, then I'm kind of curious. Used to have a black cat named Midnight. He got really big though. He died from complications of feline diabetes, Angela says. I'm sorry about that. I had a black cat named Midnight once as well when I was in middle school. I'm not exactly sure why he died. I remember when it happened. It was very alarming. It was pretty sudden. He got sick and that was it. I think he ate. I think, like, my only thought is, like, maybe he ate, like, a screw or something. I don't know. I'm not a vet. I figured, like, I don't know. My only hypothesis was he ate something that he shouldn't have, and it messed up his insides real bad. And real quick, whatever it was. Me too, but I found cheese to be the best pre-packaged ones. I don't normally care for cheese flavors, EpiPen says. My mama also died from complications of diabetes. Very sorry to hear that, Angelus. I remember you sharing that before. Not the specifics, I don't think, but I remember you sharing that your mom had passed away before. It's not a lot of work, but the prices of cereal and all that these days add up. Yeah, I feel like I bought a thing of cereal not that long ago, and I was kind of sticker shocked. My only exception is barbecue potato chips. Everything else I don't trust. I've been burned too many times, Cal says. Jelly likes Lay's barbecue potato chips. We have a running joke, Jelly and I, between the two of us about Lay's barbecue potato chips being her favorite food. And it is a joke that makes sense to like, I can't explain it because it makes sense to no one who's not the two of us. But we have a laugh about them fairly frequently. She really does like them, but I think she would say they're far from her #1 favorite food in reality. Oh. A good favorite food to pick, Cal says. I'll let her know you approve. Oh. Welcome back, Greg. I love Zapp's barbecue chips. Oh, I think I've had those. The Zapp's brand, are they the ones? I don't think I've had their barbecue, but they make, I think they make a jalapeno flavored potato chip that's really good. They're like crunchy, like kettle style chips, I think, if I'm thinking of the right brand. Zapp's chips are pretty good kettle cooked spicy. Yeah, EpiPen says. I read the comments out of order. They have this really rare flavor called Sweet Creole Onion that is not spicy, but very, very, very good. I think I've seen that. Variety at the store, and I've been afraid to try it. I think I've only had the jalapeno Zaps. Chex Mix is pretty expensive to make at home too. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is. Because you're buying, well, you know, when I make it, I'm buying all name brand snacks to make it out of. So, yeah, but I like the product better. A lot of work, I just figured it was throw stuff in a bag and shake it. Well, you do that, but then you're supposed to bake it for a while. And then when it comes out, you need to, like, spread it out to cool and dry. So, there's a little bit to it. Which is tough if you live in a house that's full of animals running around. Because step one is you have to corral all the animals. Last time I made Chex Mix, I used 2 kind of Chex and 1 Crispix. It cost almost 90, maybe more. I don't know what that's 90 of. In the oven and the microwave. Microwave was just as good. Sour cream and onion or barbecue chips for me, Greg says. Yeah, I like both of those. I'm fine with spice, but for whatever reason, I only like it in hot liquids, drinks or soups. Zapp's barbecue is kind of a rare flavor. Never heard of Zapp's, Greg says. I think that and Kettle are the best kettle chips you can get nationwide. I didn't used to like kettle chips, but the Zapp's jalapeno kind of turned me around on them. I wish I had some barbecue chips right now. I need something salty to snack on, and salty peanuts are no-no because I'm allergic to peanuts. So no, well, yeah, definitely don't reach for those. So when I make Chex Mix, I usually get a box of corn Chex and a box of rice Chex, a box of Cheez-Its, a bag of pretzels, and a big thing of cocktail peanuts. Those would be what I would throw on my Chex Mix. And then I just make a sauce out of Worcester sauce and butter and seasoned salt and just whatever else inspiration points me toward. Usually just that and probably some cayenne pepper. Or if I have some sort of interesting hot sauce on hand at the time, I might throw that in. So it's fairly simple, though I think the Cheez-Its are a little less typical. That's $90 US for 2 boxes of Chex and 1 thing of Crispix? I don't even know what Crispix is. I hope these were industrial-sized boxes. Three boxes of cereal, butter, nuts, sauces, fillers, etc. Yeah, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Making me hungry, Craig says. That's the problem with the late night stream. We all get hungry. We all talk about food and we all get hungry, and it's just a vicious cycle. Would you add a channel point redeem to change the Jump King outfit, Losses says? Well, I don't know about that. Not on my first playthrough, because I don't want someone to troll me into wearing something that has a crazy negative effect. And I don't know, the thing is, I don't know at this point which articles of clothing have effects and which don't. And I wouldn't want that, explained to me, so I think I don't hate the idea, but it might sort of break my blind approach a little. There's a risk that it could break my blind approach a little bit. I do kind of like the idea. Like if I did a further playthrough of Jump King, I do kind of like the idea of a channel point redeem like that, because then like someone could force me to play with the giant boots or the snake ring or something. And both of those situations would be horrible. But I don't think that's likely to happen. I don't think there's going to be a lot of further play of Jump King once I beat it. No ifs about that. We are going to beat this. This will not, you know. As long as I don't die, I'm going to continue to play this until I beat it, for sure. There is no giving up. Don't eat any donuts, I'm sick to my stomach. Okay, Crispix are like diamond-shaped Chex by Kellogg or something, EpiPen said. Just another variety of them, okay. Yeah, I don't like wheat Chex in my Chex Mix. Wheat Chex is like fine, like as a cereal, but in Chex Mix it gets all like the wheat Chex gets all dried out and unpleasant. I don't like it as much as the I just use the corn and rice. I like the idea of different shaped checks, though. The Crispix sounds good. I just triggered my own death flag. I don't think you need much help struggling with this game. I do it very well. You know what? I like the rye chips in Gardettos. I'd rather add those, but they're already pretty flavored. If I could get like plain unseasoned rye chips, I'd throw those in my Chex Mix. Oh, now that I eat cashews, I didn't used to eat cashews. I thought for a long time I didn't like them. I tried them a long time ago and didn't like it, and then I didn't try them again. But now that I like cashews, I should put cashews in my Chex Mix the next time I make it. Then my Chex Mix will cost me $90 for sure. Cashews are expensive. Yeah, you can still get the all rye chip Gardettos. I see those at the store. That's what I was thinking of, but I wouldn't want to buy those for my Chex Mix because they would come because they're already seasoned with the regular like Gardetto seasoning. Go big or go home. Stir them in after they're cooked. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't want their flavor profile intermingled and potentially contaminating mine. My homemade design. You do that with Funyuns and Cheetos sometimes. I add those after cooking. That's see that's probably a bolder move that I'm willing to take. Oh. Before the correction there, Angela, she had me really scratching my head for a moment. If I find out you've got the ability to warp things out of video games, I'm inviting you over to play Wario Land 2 with me. And we're gonna have a whole pile of treasure. I just love Funyuns so much, EpiPen says. I'm on 5 kind of diets. I almost never eat any of these anymore. Yeah, I mean, the last time I made Chex Mix was probably 3 years ago. It's pretty rare. That's the second time tonight I've been confused by that screen in the same way. There are 3 lanterns, and that 4th lantern I never jump on for any reason ever. And in fact, I suspect it's virtually impossible to jump onto it. To begin with, like, it's got a block hanging real low right above it, so not only is there no reason to do it, but it's exceedingly difficult, and I keep jumping for it. I made Chex Mix for my future in-laws, but they didn't appreciate it enough, so that was the last time I made it. This Christmas time, maybe. My in-laws don't like my Chex Mix. Jelly likes it, but her family doesn't. I never went the wall meat for Castlevania, but I'm sure there are some desserts in Symphony of the Night I would snatch out of the game. When I was teaching in Korea, my aunt's homemade Chex Mix was one of the only things I asked for in a care package. 2 or 3 gallon bags. They were precious to me. I don't remember what kind of stuff our family sent us like that when we were overseas. I don't think nothing homemade that I recall. It's been a long time though. Something they sent got confiscated and didn't actually make it to us. I think maybe jerky. They couldn't They tried to send some jerky, and that got taken. It's been a long while. Some of the foods in Portrait are ruined, Greg says. What video game food would I want to eat? It'd have to be one of the meats. I like the look of the bone loaf in Final Fight CD. I think that one looks really good. What's it called? I think it's called barbecue in that game. Chex was the only thing I got prepared by someone. The foods and snacks and flavor profiles in Korea are so different. Everything's honey or fish flavored. I remember a lot of fish flavored snacks. I would have lost my voice a long time ago from screaming at this game, Greg says. If it made me play better, I would consider starting to scream at it. Got 2 boxes of s'mores Pop-Tarts. I haven't had a Pop-Tart in a long while. Imagine this game had a time limit. I mean, if you were playing it for achievements, then there are achievements for beating it in certain times. I know that. So it's a good thing I'm not playing it on the PlayStation 4. Paid $20 for a 12-pack of A&W root beer in Itaewon. First time I saw it, I said, that's absurd. The second time I said, I'm not going to pass this up again. The time limit is your lifespan, Final says. I'm worried. I'm worried that time limit may not be generous enough. I'm worried that time limit may be too strict, Final. I wanted to wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Hey, thank you, Zergling. I beat the game before I look like Isaac. And yeah, to your point, Zergling, I think we're gonna call it a. I think we are gonna call it a night here. It's about 4 a.m. That's when I said we would wrap it up. So let's wrap it up. We made a new PB. We got really high. We got way higher than we've been before. Like you know, an extra screen or two. New PB is gonna be really difficult to beat. Thanks for streaming. Thank you, Final. See you tomorrow. Thank you, Greg. Tomorrow we're going to play Exciting Progress. Thank you, Cows. Thank you, Angelus. We're going to good night, Frownie. Stick around for the raid. Yeah, we'll raid another channel. Let me just pull something up. I believe in you. Thank you, EpiPen. No, you can't, it doesn't work like that, EpiPen. You can't save. You can't reload. The game saves automatically every time you fall. You can't reload a save to get your progress back. It doesn't let you cheat. Thank you for the GG. Another great stream as always. Thank you, Cows. So tomorrow night, we're going to try and start up around 11 p.m. Central Time. Give or take. We're going to play Jet Force Gemini. We're going to work on Jet Force Gemini all night. Hopefully make some progress in that one. Alright, I'm going to send this over to Kyle. Looks like he's playing, it looks like he's playing a ping pong game made by Rockstar. I hope it's as good as their Austin Powers games. Thank you, my friends, for being with us. As always, really appreciate your company, and hopefully I'll be able to enjoy having you with us again very soon. Until then, be well. As for us for tonight, it is time to head out. Let's go on an adventure.